Morning, guys. Sorry I'm a little bit late. Uh, just sorting a few things out here and all of that. This is the last thing I actually wanted to do because I thought I'd be getting to the point now where I'd like put all this fucking dark crap and everything behind. But it's something that somebody said recently that made me start thinking. So I went and done a little bit of looking around, and you're right, James, and come across some things. Now I know what this person was getting at, because I honestly didn't know what the hell this person was going on about. So now I've like come across what was said, and I'm going to address it. This is why this is called part 2, because I sort of addressed this back in December. Actually, the date was December the 20th, 2021. I started my stream. It was about, I think it was about 5 in the evening, British time. And it was a 14.5-hour stream, which only says 12 hours on YouTube, but I have 14.5 hours on my StreamYards if I need to fucking prove it, which I don't really need to. You right, Belle? Oh no, James, we're not, and you're right. Well, we can talk about that when I've sort of like sorted this out and that. But because, like I said, this has got to be done really. How to word this one? It's from a person that I haven't really like given much thought about for quite a while actually, and there you go. How are you doing today? I'm not bad, Belle, actually. Had a quite a good day. Went out with the dog, shopping, stuff like that. You know, it was quite good. Hi, Judy, how are you doing? Right, this is about a stream that was on a channel, and I want to like make sure this is very clear that this was dated the 18th of August. So it's not like recent as in like now, but because I've only like found it recently and somebody brought it up recently, that I want this like nipped in the bud now, because pretty much all that what was said on that live stream was all bullshit again. And I would like these people to come out and prove what they're saying, because I know they bloody well can. I never thought in a million years doing this and coming across this person and the friendship that I thought we had with not only with him, but with his family as well. And I always held him in the highest regard. And now I'm thinking to myself, well, has he always felt like that? Or is it a thing where people have got into his head or whatever? I don't know, I can't answer that. But what I can bloody well answer is all of this fucking lying and shit that he's come out with. I mean, it's bloody ridiculous. And I still can't believe that Jamie has done this to me, as in Jamie McDonald here. I had nothing against him at all. And he started dragging up quite a bit of stuff which I didn't even know like where this stuff had come from. It was a bit weird to me. He used to come on my channel a lot, and it was I would actually like call it, you know, he's dad and he's mum and that, and never once did they say that they minded it. Now, don't pull of opportunity to say that to me, and if they'd have turned around and said, "Oh, would you mind not saying that, or would you mind calling me something?" Of course, I would have done that. But on this particular stream that I found, and it's not exactly hard to find, and I'm not giving any links to it because I'm not going to promote somebody else's channel, especially when it's all crap. Because I said at the time, any more stuff that comes out of your mouths after you guys were accusing me of fraud and stuff like that, you better be bloody careful. And oh my God, it's just like, what the hell is wrong with some of you? Basically, it started off with it was what Angela, DeWitt, RJ, Jamie, and who else was on that panel? I can't think of her name. Wendy. And they were all having like it sounded like well, it's quite a spiteful like coffee morning, if you like, where they're all like sitting around and sort of like gossiping about people and all of that. And on Diva in particular, the guy that has so many bloody sock accounts that I don't even know if he knows how many he's got. It is bloody ridiculous. Talking about these backstages of well-uns in particular, which I thought that was all sort of like done and dusted, to be fair, because it was all like talked about on PD's stream, and what was sort of like said on there, and they were sort of like saying, only PD and Tony told me certain information. No, a lot more people did, and you'll be surprised. I'm not going to name drop. You right, Michelle, darling? How are you doing? But to like be on that channel, like name dropping people and saying how certain people are like messed up and stuff like that. I mean, why never do that to people that are supposed to be friends of yours? I mean, that's not exactly a thing that friends do, you know? And another thing, Angela turning around saying that I'd forgiven everybody that was involved in all of that. You are full of shit. That is where you're wrong. I actually haven't. So another place where you haven't got your fucking facts right. The only reason that I'm working on my friendship with Tony is the fact that he was told so much wrong stuff that would have messed anybody's head up. And we talked about a lot of stuff, we sorted out a lot of stuff, but that's got nothing to do with any of you guys on here at all. But what really like ticks me off though is Jamie turning around and saying certain things that happened on phone calls in particular. Like he said, well, and he, on this stream, this was, he didn't actually say this because it didn't actually happen, but I actually said to him to actually be careful around certain people. And he made it sound like I was threatening him, which wasn't the case at all. And then he turned around on this live stream, that is, and I quote, "Don't you dare turn round and tell me how to live my life. I'm my own person. I can make my own choices and I don't need you to make them for me." I mean, for one, he has never spoken to me like that on the phone. And then Wendy was asking him about why I call Mackie Dad. And he turned around and said, "Oh, she's besotted." Besotted with what exactly? I mean, that is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. I mean, around that, you were going on about the fact that I was constantly calling yourself and Turbo and that. Well, how could I constantly call you guys when I literally didn't have a voice? And a lot of you guys on YouTube will know back then that my voice was terrible for quite a while. And on the live streams that I actually did, you could actually hear how bad my voice was. And I took quite a bit of time off YouTube because of it. And I turned my devices off and just had a huge break because, for one, I needed it, and I didn't basically need all the drama that was going on as well. And it was just getting worse and worse. And that is all like proven on like text messages I have and that, because one of them in particular says that about doing a welfare check on me because I hadn't called them in a while. Well, if I was if I was calling them constantly, why would they need to do welfare check on me to see if I was okay in that? I mean, it's hypocritical bullshit. It really is. And then he was saying about what was it now? About apparently being ill and that. Well, there's no bloody apparent about it. And around that time, you were saying that I was really annoyed with you because you were doing stuff on, what was it, either your channel or Turbo or whatever, and you was getting more views, this, that, and the other. I don't give a shit about stuff like that. I don't give a shit about stuff like that at all. I mean, my channel's doing fine. It was doing fine back then, and it's doing fine now. So this is what I mean. Stay in your bloody lane, for goodness sake. I mean, Belle was around my channel a lot back then, and you can vouch for this yourself, that my voice was particularly bad for a while. And I was just using text messaging mainly to talk to people. I mean, when I could talk, I mean, there was only like a couple of people that I was talking to at that time, really, because it was just a lot for me to bloody hold a conversation with somebody at that particular time. But if you go through my channel from March of last year, and around that time and afterwards, you will see and hear how bad my voice was. And all of that. And another thing, Jamie, I was actually getting complaints about having you on my channel, because of the way you would actually talk to people and shouting and stuff like that, people didn't understand that you wasn't actually being nasty to people, but they were taking it that way. So I was actually getting complaints about it. It's done out of loyalty. And in particular, say on the actual Sunday shows and that, if Turbo and I were doing like a serious live where it'd just be us two, then I would just send the link just to between me and him. If it was like a topic where a few could get involved, I would send out like the link to quite a few people. So it wasn't just you. So you just made it out as if it was just all about you, and it actually wasn't. It is bloody ridiculous. And another thing you turned around and said that you wanted me to actually you turned around and said to the people in the chat that she wanted me to call her mum. I mean, for goodness sake, why on earth would I ask a 28-year-old man to call me mum? I mean, oh my God. That is a blatant bloody lie. I mean, when I actually heard that, I was sort of like my jaw hit the floor. I never actually thought in a million years that you were a compulsive liar, but wow. And you were going on about I was supposedly angry about the fact that you got more views than that over. I mean, the fact that I don't fucking care if you did or not. It was about promoting each other at the time. It wasn't about anything else. But you honestly don't know anything about the word loyalty, obviously. Oh my God. And you were talking about blockings and things like that. Well, after you sorted, you sort of like started all of this, actually. If you hadn't have started all of that, then hardly any of this would have happened. Because I don't drag other people into things like that. You were playing both sides of the fence a lot of the time, and also saying that I supposedly called you when you were getting on a bus to go to Leeds or something, and you said that I asked you if you were going auditing today. Well, considering that I've never thought of you as an auditor because you don't like that word, you saw yourself more as like a journalist type reporter rather than that. I don't use the word auditor with you, so that is another thing that you bloody lied about. And saying that that you should go out and get yourself arrested to get more views than that. I mean, there is no way on this earth I would promote anybody going out there to get nicked. I'm not that kind of person. At all. I mean, I remember a conversation we had where when I was coming up to Yorkshire, and you asked me if I would be a lookout for you when you went out filming, and I said, yeah, sure, I don't mind doing that, because obviously I'd have Leo with me as well, so and I said I didn't mind doing that. But I've never promoted anyone going out there to get arrested and stuff like that. No way. Yeah, Bill, you are totally right. This is like thing that I really didn't want to do, but it needs to be like nipped in the bud, because it's only going to be brought up again. Because I didn't even, like I said, I did not even know this was out there until very recently. And when I went through it and that, I just couldn't believe what I was bloody well hearing. Going on about recordings, this, that, and the other. Prove it, by the way. You know, it's just bloody ridiculous in like the grand scheme of things. It really is. And it was just like a back and forth about it was just basically a chance for that lot to basically slate me and say bad things, because that particular point in time, I was doing like shows with Bud and KY. I was got my voice relatively back to a good place. Back then, I'd started my treatment as well, and it was starting to sort of like get a lot better. I mean, it was worse in other ways, but it's better in a lot of ways as well. And it was a positive change. So I didn't know all this stuff was going on. And also on this same, I don't know whether the stream was on the same day or not, but the person whose channel this is on put this on the same day is about you betraying a certain 17-year-old at the time. Which, if you cared so much for the person, right, Why on earth would you be doing a live stream about them to begin with? Especially when you were saying he was at a really low point and talking about final acts and things like that. Why on earth were you all sitting there doing a live stream about him? If you were any kind of good friends or good people, you wouldn't be on a live talking about it. You would be helping him in private, not putting it out there on the internet. I mean, when it was talked about final acts, like you guys that were still going on about it. RJ said that sounded as if he didn't actually believe any of it anyway, and was downplaying his age, that being a minor is basically nothing. Well, it didn't exactly please a few of the people on the panel, though, did it? Because of doesn't fit their narrative, though, does it? About the fact that this person does have issues. So if you actually did think of him in any high regard at all, you wouldn't have done that. You wouldn't have gone live. You wouldn't have put it all out there and everything else. It's a sick joke. And then you've got Jamie like making it all about himself, and saying about his family members and about severe autism and that, which this person doesn't even have that. So it wasn't nice at all. And then you have Jamie going on about, oh, we shouldn't be talking about him because he's not here to defend himself. Well, it's all very well you saying that, but you go on about other people that aren't there to defend themselves when you think that's okay. You guys are a bunch of fucking hypocrites. I mean, you were just like doing it all to like justify your own bloody actions all the time, and doing it to fit your own narratives. You were saying that he's got a lot of adults around him that are in his ear and manipulating him, but you're saying, oh, but not us. But you guys were around him all the bloody time on his channel. Again, hypocritical. He was just, a bloody crazy situation. Story kept on changing, repeatedly about certain things and whatever. you certainly don't mess around with a person's head like that and then do it on a live like that when you're supposed to be his close friends and that. I just personally don't get it myself, but I must be missing something here. Who knows? Next thing about this as well is the date of the 20th of December. Now, as I said, I was doing a 14.5 hour live stream on that day, and I started my stream early evening. And he goes live. I don't even know what time he went live because I didn't even know he was doing a live because it wasn't sub to his channel. So came away from all of that when I said I was. I didn't need any of that in my life. So, and he had the audacity to turn around and said that I called him the C word and that I said he was in a cult. I mean, there is only a couple of people that I've actually used the C word with and meant it on here. And he certainly wasn't one of them. And I still wouldn't even use the C word on him. Even after all of this, I wouldn't use a C word on him. It's one word I don't use very often. In that context. Definitely not, but if you think about it at that time, if I was going to use that, then wouldn't I have bloody said it in that live on the 20th, which I did, when I was like talking a bit about all of this. And pretty much all the stuff that was said in that stream was basically what I was saying, but he was making it sound as if it was coming from him. So he pretty much didn't have anything to say. I don't even think anybody came into that live stream, actually. So he was basically walking around talking to himself for half an hour. Basically saying, "Come on, Vix, where are you?" Well, he knew where the hell I was because I was bloody doing a live. And he knew damn well that I wasn't going to come over there because I was on my own bloody live stream. Oh, it was absolutely bloody ridiculous. No, I particularly remember that live stream that after I sorted out some of the stuff that needed to be said, it was a very good live. People were having a good time and a lot of fun. It was all coming up to the preparation of Christmas and trying to cheer people up because there were some people in the chat which don't particularly like Christmas and other things. So, no, It was a pretty draining stream, granted, but it was a pretty good one though. James, you mean calm down, or I'm not actually angry. This is the thing. This is not really me in a bad mood. This is just me sort of like saying it in a tone where people know that I'm being like bloody serious. That basically want this bullshit to fucking stop, because he's out there making threats, this, that, and the other, and he was the one that the bloody well started all of this in regards to him and myself. It's a complete surprise to me. And he brings Turbo into it because he knows full well what happened there. And what I think about that situation. And then trying to make out that I was still in contact with him because I forgot to block him on a certain platform. It's a platform which I don't use very often. Bloody ridiculous. And also saying about on that other stream, not the one on the 20th of December, the other one I was talking about, that they were saying that they all love him like a community child. That's very condescending. They're making him sound like a pet or something. He's a human being, for goodness sake. And I certainly didn't call Jamie anything at all. And I'm certainly not jealous about him, his channel, his views, watch hours, or whatever. I mean, for goodness sake. I'm actually doing all right for myself at the moment. And it actually takes a lot to actually accept where you've made mistakes, apologize to people when you feel that you've wronged them and that, and actually highlight where you've gone wrong and try to sort it. But none of you guys do that. You just sort of like throw wild accusations out there without any stuff to ever back it up or anything. It's just it's just bloody ridiculous. I mean, I have Tonkin here with me now, And we've actually been talking a little bit about this tonight, and about how to like sort this sort of stuff out, and about going forwards and things like that, because I certainly don't need this right now. But I just won't sit back and have people bloody coming out with wild things like that, which are blatantly not true. Talking is any of this like what you've heard in the actual 3 streams that you've heard, is that like been true to you, honestly?
Right, I've never heard you talk or act like that at all.
I mean, yeah, you've heard me call another person the C word and mean it.
Yeah, but that was extreme circumstances.
Oh yeah, very extreme. But that wasn't really anything to do with YouTube, though, was it? That was
Personal.
other things going on, really. What did you think about that his stream that he did? That what I suppose he called him the C word in particular.
Well, that was a total joke. That was, it was totally manipulated the way he was doing it. It was like he was just being calculated and just spreading a load of shit, really, from what I saw.
It just seemed to me that he'd I don't know whether he actually watched my live himself, or somebody else watched it and was telling him what was going on or what. But I'd say it's basically reflecting what I was saying, but making it sound as if it was coming from his own mouth.
Yeah.
Which the actual timestamps of my live stream in comparison to his was sort of like actually proving who's actually telling the truth here. But he probably put it up there to get more people onto his channel to like watch stuff and whatever. I don't know. But I never thought I'd ever have to worry about my friendship with him. It just goes to show you, doesn't it, that I really don't know why all of a sudden he went like that for.
Well, it could be someone bending his ear to spreading a load of shit, telling untruths,
Well, it happened. It happened with other people around that time.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, it's strange how people seem to think it's okay to use me as a fucking scapegoat a lot of the time. But it isn't on, quite frankly. And there are a lot of reasons why I won't forgive Angela. It wasn't just about PD stream. It was quite a few things. And when a person has done that to you and gone out of their way to do things like that to you, why on earth would you forgive that? You wouldn't. I haven't got time for that. I would always be looking over my shoulder for the other dagger to be coming. And that isn't a friendship at all. Always waiting for the other shoe to drop. No, don't work like that. It doesn't. I just don't bloody know. And going on constantly. Okay, you've had problems and that. I've always been there and helped you whenever you've asked for help. But for you to sort of like turn around and say all the things that you have when that isn't the actual case. And especially around that time when I was mainly texting people to actually save my voice. And it was you guys contacting me more than the other way around. So I don't know what to say about this. I really don't. It's just like, well, at least I sort of like know where all that new stuff had come from, because I was thinking, what the hell is that other person talking about? And hopefully from like I can put all this bloody negative stuff like in the rear view, because it's actually doing that and having positive live streams and stuff like that, and then come across this nonsense. Bloody hell. And if this was happening to you, how would you have dealt with this?
Well, it did happen to me years ago.
No, but
I dealt with it badly.
okay. How bad is bad? I don't want you to go into specifics, but
Well, it ended up coming into the real world, so.
Well, your life is in the real world, so why wouldn't it?
But people coming to visit me, and me going to visit people.
What you mean, like
Yeah.
straighteners and shit?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Mm-hmm.
No, that
I've
isn't
got all
good.
that behind me.
Hmm. I'm so lucky I've dealt with my temper.
It does aggravate you when people are following you around virtually every day, turning up at your work, turning up in your local public shops.
So people were like stalking you.
Oh yeah,
Oh, bloody hell. That's not good.
more than stalking.
That sort of like explains a lot to why you're,
Very guarded now, yeah.
yeah, and why you're being very protective towards me. Because I have been stalked, so this sort of like makes a lot of sense now. It didn't make sense before, that probably came out wrong, but
But there's a difference with me, you know. I wasn't worried about it. I was angry about it.
mm-hmm.
He was scared and worried about it. And when I've been stalked, it's a hell of a lot different.
I wasn't scared and worried about, no. What he's meaning about is what happened in 2019. He's not talking about this. Yeah. Not scared and worried about this. No. He was talking about what happened before. Yeah, it was. Well, it still is actually, but it'd be nice when I move. And I may, for a bit, go over to the other side of London and stay with a few people over there for a while to get out of this area for a little bit. Because of what I mentioned earlier on. You know, that's going to be a problem. And I don't know what to do about that. Difficult situation, isn't it? That's the thing, James. I do actually have faith in a lot of things, but it's things like this that actually do test it, and people that actually say that they've got a full life off of this platform and whatever. Well, if that was the actual case, then why would they be doing stupid shit like this? You know, I just don't want to put this out there. And Tonkin knows this to be true, and quite a few other people as well. Ever since my motherboard did what it did, I do not use my phone for anything around this because I do not want it to do exactly the same thing as the last one did, because the phone wasn't that old, wasn't using it too hard, and then it fries the motherboard. So for you guys to turn around and say I'm recording shit with my phone and that, I mean, you guys are off your heads. I mean, for one, you would certainly get a lot of reverb. Because anybody knows when you're on a live or you're in backstages or whatever, and you have anything that has a mic on it, like a phone or whatever, you will always get that phone or device reacting with whatever you're using to do the backstage with. And anybody else on that panel would be able to hear that. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. I just don't know where people get this shit from. I really don't. I mean, yeah, I've got a good memory for certain things. But it's also a bloody curse as well as a gift. And sometimes I don't remember things too well because of my head's bad or whatever, but that's one thing that cannot be bloody well helped. It is what it is. Like dealing with it and living with it, you know. I mean, hopefully now this can sort of like it is resolved in my eyes, because this is just a rebuttal of what was said in the past, which I've just found out about. So if anything now comes out your mouths, because I already gave you guys a warning about this, it's not a threat in a violent way or anything like that, like I said before. I'm not putting up with this crap much longer. And why the fuck should I? But this is the thing though, James. It's not really bothering me in that way, but the fact that people are coming out with blatant lies, like him turning around and me saying that I asked him to call me his mum. I mean, for goodness sake. And doing stuff like that, I mean, what did you think about that statement? I mean,
well, that is ridiculous. You wouldn't call him. You wouldn't want to call you mum at all.
no.
So you do care like a mum to people. That's the thing. You wouldn't want them to call you mum. You know?
No. And I wouldn't ask people. Even my stepchildren, I turned around and said to them, if they wanted to, they can if they want to, or call me by my name. I don't mind either or. It was down to them. I wasn't going to pressure them either way. And that is my actual family. So when it's stuff like that, James, and you didn't actually hear what was said on that panel. I did, and their tones of voice. The fact that he was coming in my channel, waving the white flag, and all of that, knowing that he'd done all of this, by the way, and it's just like very hypocritical indeed. I believe so, James. I'd have to check my list, but I believe so. But in regards to like the recent stuff, like with I know you sort of like seen some of it like recently, in that I actually haven't. A couple of people, yeah, the majority no, because what would be the point in that? They were just sticking up for a friend and doing what they thought was right. So that's the way I saw it anyway. Which apparently is a lot more forgiving than a lot of people would have been. So a few people have sort of like said to me. Oh, well, you may have been mad about it. You might not have been. It's a difficult one. I'm going to finish this live, and I may come back on a bit later on because Tonkin's due to leave mine and that, and make sure Leo doesn't want to go for a car ride.
Not Leo, Kelly.
You are not catnapping the cat. No. Oh, she's there, is she? Oh, she quite likes it there, didn't she? And the other one, at least the other one's behind my head, so I know exactly where. This is the thing, though, James. I have apologised to who I'm going to apologise to. and I have forgiven a lot, but there's certain things that I won't and can't, and it is what it is. But hopefully it's cleared up. Some of that, and what was said, but I do think it is very pathetic to call out someone to like come on a live stream and have it out of you when they know damn well you're doing a live stream on your own channel. I mean, he could have come over to my channel and spoke to me about it there. If he really wanted to, he could have emailed me. He could have done a lot of things, but no, he just wanted to do that for drama, obviously, and obviously didn't work in the way he thought because nothing happened. I mean, I don't know what I'd have done if I'd have known about it and gone over, or if I'd have gone over there or not. I mean, right before Christmas. Wow. And if somebody actually did say all of this stuff, why don't you tell me who that person was? And then we can really sort this out. Don't you dare kitty nap her.
She's doing of her own free will. Really?
Look how worried Leo's looking. He's saying,
Right,
don't take my friend away. Oh, look at... Oh, she's not going anywhere, Leo. Baby girl. Oh. So what am I doing over here now? I'm quite comfortable over there. So cheers for that bloody tonking, you pain in the ass. But, so it, you know, it is what it is, and this is for like all the other people that have like brought this up recently. Now you guys have bloody well got some answers that this is absolutely bloody ridiculous. And I shouldn't have to keep on having to bloody justify myself to anyone. People saying all this fucking wild crap and that. And all it's going to do is bring other people into it and escalate it more. Which is what some of you want, granted, but it's not going to end very well. Put it that way. Like I said, I'm going to jump on that. Like I say, I may come back live. I'm not sure because I've had a busy day myself. So hope you all have a good night and a good morning and that, and enjoy the rest of your weekend, and hopefully it'll be a good one on that for you, and hopefully everyone's sort of like recovered from St. Patrick's Day. Oh, hi Pink. Haven't seen you for a while. I do remember you, darling, and how was your dog and cat doing? I remember your beautiful German Shepherd. And he wasn't very old, was he? If I remember rightly. I think he was only, what, was it about a year and a half or something when I last saw you? Something like that. And thank you very much for the health advice as well that you gave me at the time. It was very kind of you. Oh, he's 10 months, so he was only a puppy, but I've had obviously a lot gone on since then. But hey, it's good to see you. Yes, I did remember that you were, it was Rice that was calling you Bink and that. So I do, like I say, I do remember people that come in my channel from like the start of it, and even if like I've seen like a name like once or twice, I'd still sort of like remember. And how have you been and your health and that? Because I'm actually, well, I wouldn't say perfect, no, but I'm doing better than I did. All right. Do you want to like message me when you get home and that?
I'll call you later, man.
Yeah, of course you can do that.
Okay. You take care.
Will do, and I hope you enjoyed was it worth it?
Yeah, it was very nice pizza.
I told you it's not bad food there, and I'll tell you, I will eat mine. So
Yeah, enjoy the pasta.
yeah, I will. A nice fattening meal.
You come in, Kelly. Come on.
No, you're not catnapping my cat.
Oh, maybe next time.
Yeah. I'll speak to you in a bit. Drive safely, Tonkin, won't you? It will do. Oh, I'm glad you feel good in that. There's nothing better than when you've gone through a lot medically and you've come out the other side. That feeling feels good, you know. Because I don't know how much of this that you've actually watched recently, but I actually had the police broke into my house before the new year, and I actually caught Rona, and I'm actually dealing with that. I've gotten over obviously that part of it, but it's caused other issues that I'm trying to sort of like sort out and hasn't been easy to deal with. But I'm looking for good ways to build up my immune system again and all of that. So and it's a bit difficult in this country in particular, and that because we do have a lot of mixed weather. Like today in particular, where I've been, it's been even though the sun's been out and that, it's been very windy and quite cold. Then like the day before that, it was raining, and it has days like that where it's like sunny, then raining, and storm. And when you've got like that continuously, and I have to walk my boy here, and you get caught out in it a lot of the time, and when you've got like a lowered immune system as it is, it does make things slightly more difficult and a little bit more irritable, but because I'm taking natural remedies and stuff like that and trying to like deal with it in that way, because we sort of like went through stuff before, which you helped me out with, and like I say, thank you again for doing that, because that was really nice of you to do that. But I honestly didn't know that catching that could do that to you, and the actual medics and that are actually saying it's becoming more common that that is happening to a few more people. So it's like, okay, I wasn't like going to say anything about it at all. I mean, I was very lucky in a way that I wasn't alone when it happened. Tonkin was at my house when it happened, so he witnessed it all, and helped me quite a bit when he was here, and when I was having my treatment and stuff, and helping keep my animals calm and stuff, especially Leo and that. So is that right, Tonkin? What kind of drum and bass are you listening to on Kiss? Because that is a Kiss FM, James. That's not like anything like Freaky or anything. That's a radio station. No, I'm not. I haven't had any of. I haven't had any of that, and I don't actually need any of that. I don't think. But is finding natural ways of strengthening my bones. That would help quite a bit, you know. No. I have Discord. Never view on that. But if you email me here, I can speak to you like a bit more on that, because you've got a wealth of knowledge in that kind of area, which another friend of mine is also into homeopathic stuff as well. So it's good to find people that are all into that, and you remember Guru that you were talking to as well. We're actually still in contact as well. So there's a few of us now that are into like homeopathic stuff. So I do remember our last conversation. It was a really good one with rights and that, and get well soon, rights, please. I remember you saying that, Bink, actually, about that, but it's really hard to get that over here. I did try, and somebody explained the reasons why it's quite hard to get hold of, and I didn't realise that people are quite serious about those chemicals for certain things, and you being a vet, you know what that is. So it's difficult to get that in this country, but my doctor was supposed to call me. So hopefully he'd do that on Monday. Speak to him and see if he could like maybe get hold of some of it. I don't know. Might be easier for him. I really don't know. Yeah, customs do. It looks as though he might have what I had, James. So we will have to see, and hopefully he'll be okay in that. But I say he's a wonderful man. I know you were saying that, and it is amazing, isn't it, that a few drops of that and it sorted out your head completely, and it was like, whoa. And it's remarkable what that actually did, and what you were saying about like a few other doctors trying it on children with certain illnesses as well, and it was working on them. I mean, like I said, I did look into it, like where you said and that, and it's legit. It's oh bloody hell, Tonkin! on a live stream, you know that. Do you seriously want me to answer this phone? Is this? Oh my god. Oh my god. You want me to answer? What, do you want everybody to hear it or something? Or for goodness sake. Hello. Ah. Oh, it's like renegade stuff. Oh, nice. And I will sort of end it there before I get copywritten, but that does sound nice. You bastard. See you later. Oh my god. Sure, I suppose, if you really want to. Oh, bloody hell. Oh, you're a pain in the ass, Tonkin. Goodness sake. I'm trying to stay positive. It's not easy when you've got people trying to like tear you down all the time, and recently I don't know where like that sort of like came from either. It was just sort of like out of left field, and it's just like nuts. And people start laying into you because you're being nice to them. I mean, what's all that about? I mean, I could understand if you were being nasty to them, but people having a go at you because you're being nice to them, I mean, doesn't make sense to me, but I don't know. I don't understand that, so. Hey, Vaughan Eric, how are you doing? And how did your St. Patrick's Day thing go with your Irish friends in the end? Did you end up going and taking your little boy? Because that probably would have been a nice experience for you. I know you don't drink, you're like me in that way. But no, I don't mind like going to pubs and things like that. You know, people drinking around doesn't bother me at all. But to actually like be in a place that, say, if there's like live music and stuff, it's good. There is nothing better than being around good people that are having a good time, that aren't too out of control, where like they're throwing punches and that, because that's never good when like pub wars start and things like that, especially when you've got little ones around. It's not the best situation because that can always happen. But you know, there is nothing better than being around a place like that with really good music and good people, and even without the drink, you can get on the same wavelength because of the musical side of things. Music is always a good way of getting on the same wavelength with people. I personally think so. A lot of blue about tonight. What do you mean by that? As in, what's in cops you mean, or? Oh, you stayed at home. Okay. There's nothing wrong with we can now that I've got that out of the way, I could drop this drop the link on that if you wanted to come up here. Put it in the right place would be a good start, wouldn't it? You know? So, what kind of history did you actually like get through? Because there is quite a lot, and you know, I think it's good for young kids, especially, to be interested in history and cultures and things like that. It's important to know where people came from and what certain days mean, and especially a little boy of that age as well. I'd say 8 is a good age, right? I think. What is it? You reckon there's been an accident, or because it's the weekend in London? Yes, hopefully there hasn't been a bloody accident, because that would not be good. Depending on where you're like driving at the moment. I mean, you didn't leave that long ago, so depending on which way you went. Hello, you all right?
Hey, how you doing, DJ?
I'm okay. It's sort of like I had to. I did not want to like particularly do this stream, but it had to be done because I just didn't want it like coming up again when I'm trying to get to a positive place and get all of that stuff that happened before, like I said, in the rear view. And can't be doing that if people are going to be bringing up stuff that I didn't even know had been said. And so I thought, well, I've found it. Hey, Marshall, how are you doing? Found it. Sort of like read it all, sort of like dealt with it in. Well, I haven't really gone like. I mean, I could have gone very negative with it, but what is the point in that?
Right, exactly.
Just the way it needed to be done, and why do people feel the need they have to fucking do that though? It's ridiculous, isn't it? To make you out as if you're some kind of bloody lunatic. When
Yeah.
you're not at all. And mean, at that particular point in time, when that person put out that stream, like I was in a really good place, and was doing quite well with my channel and that, and things are going more positive. Like so, I had started my treatment, and things were like looking up in that way.
Mm-hmm.
So they had no reason at all to start negative, toxic shit at that point, because they couldn't go negative with me, like legit. So they
Mm-hmm.
just make up a lot of crap.
Mm.
So they feel the need that they can carry it on and on and on, and that isn't on, in my opinion.
Is they coming after you just to do negative, or they is it something that somebody that you associate with that they doing it, or they just came out and just attacked you?
Well, I actually used to be. Well, I thought we were close friends, and he was the first person that came out and told me what had happened in his life and that, and we would get on like really well, and talk here and there, and I was moving up north anyway, so eventually I would have lived quite close to him and his family, and it would have been quite a good friendship if it would have stayed honest. But the fact that I don't know whether people have been in his ear and told him lots of stuff when he believed it, or whether or not, I really do not know. I can't answer this. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Right. Mm. Yeah, it does. It says it's somebody that's probably, some people they look at things totally on the other side, and they let their emotions and their pride and things like that they dealing with cloud their judgment, and they just only thing they see is to go after people because what they feeling inside.
Possibly. But I don't know whether or not it's to feeling that if they feel they can create some kind of drama, and that it will highlight,
Mm-hmm.
maybe on their I really do not know, and
Mm.
you know I didn't want to be put in this position. Certainly not. Like I said, the last few streams I've had, people's been having a laugh and that. So it's sort of like go from that to having to bloody go through this kind of stuff yet again. It's just like, for goodness sake,
Mm.
when
Yeah.
he's in,
Go ahead.
I mean, I don't know, if you was in the same kind of position, like how you would deal with things like this, but
Me personally, those things that first I would try, I was wondering why the person is doing that. Once I get to that, then as
yeah,
far as I handle it, I most of the stuff, me personally, I just don't let it get to me. I don't, carry on with it, because once I may say something or do something, I'm just putting more wood to the fire and make it escalate. So I just don't. Most of the time, I ignore it, unless my emotions get into it, and if I feel though it's needed, but after I do that one time, then I don't do it anymore. I just let it go because
Exactly.
once they don't hear me, it's no need for me to keep on going. They're going to keep on doing what they're doing because they're not hearing nothing else. So once I see that, I don't respond anymore. It's no need. It'd be like talking to a table or a wall.
Exactly. This is sort of like what I was sort of like getting at, that now that I've come across this, now I'm like, you've got my answer to what all the stuff that you've been putting out there, which isn't correct, and that is enough now.
Right.
Because if it's not, then this is when it sort of like gets a little bit grey.
Right.
And remember, well, it's not just my uncle now coming to me. It's more members of my family now saying this, that they will take this off of my hands and they will be dealing with it if there's any more of this sort of stuff, because I've got enough to be dealing with myself with what I have going on. So if they want to go down that route, then it's sort of like out of my hands then.
Yeah. Yeah. There's no need to escalate it. Let them.
No. This is what I'm saying. I basically said a while ago, I gave them all a warning that if any more stuff comes out of their mouths, because like they were like accusing me of fraud and stuff like that, which I had to like proven that wasn't happening by trusted people looking over my bank records and stuff like that. And I shouldn't have to be doing that. And a few people turned around and said to me, well, why on earth did you do that to begin with? And it gets to the point, the fact that, because my channel is monetized and whatever I do make off of this channel does go to charity and all that anyway. So when people sort of like turn around and say that, now that, for one, it's illegal, and it's slanderous as well, and I'm sure they wouldn't like it.
Well, they not, see, that's the thing. Where their mind is, they're not thinking in a reasonable, rational way. They just thinking one thing. That's to hurt the other person, or because the way they feeling inside. So their emotions is controlling their way of thinking, and it's clouding their judgment. So, like you said, there's no need to keep responding. You did as far as what you needed to clear up. The rest of it, like you said, let it go, because you don't want their insanity to take over your sanity. So you did what you did was right, and to clear things up. After that, there's no need no more. They're going to do what they want to do because the way their emotions is giving them to do.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Marshall, that's. I mean, you just come out of one place that's got bad Wi-Fi, and now you've got to go into another place that's got bad Wi-Fi. Bloody hell! Not having much luck with your Wi-Fi, darling, are you? I mean, goodness sake. So, what did your son learn about on St. Patrick's Day?
We just read about some of the things. I forgot the book that my friend gave me, but it's mostly about the things, the history, little history of Ireland, and how the day came about. And that's about because my friends, they didn't do nothing this year. Matter of fact, um, I think it was something. I think one of the children was not feeling well. So they
Oh,
came home too.
sounds like you've got a bit of a cold.
Yeah, sinuses. Yeah.
All right, that isn't good.
hmm Yeah, always have sinus acting up. I had sinuses all my life. Because I got eczema, and that comes one of the things with eczema is sinus problems or infections they call it.
Yeah, it can do that.
hmm What did you
Right, the
do on St.
solution.
Patrick's Day?
I was pretty much out of it a lot with my head, unfortunately. So, I mean, I know what I'm going to be doing for the next one, and that would be definitely not in this country.
Mm.
Hopefully, by then I would have found some of my family and that are over there, and spend it with them. Which would be nice
hmm
and all that. Well, it's exciting, but nerve-wracking at the same time, if that makes sense.
hmm hmm
And obviously not knowing what that's going to bring, and learning more about other people and other sides of things, and knowing more about my mother, and I think it's going to be quite a good thing, but it's going to be a little bit sad at the same time.
You said knowing more about your mom.
Yeah, cause, sorry, my dog's snoring. You can probably hear him quite loud.
Yeah.
So he does sound like a diesel car when he gets going, but so he's had quite a hectic day today, running around, and he's been play fighting with Tonkin a little bit as well, and running around the park quite a lot. And like I said, we've been out shopping today and doing all these things, and as a nice reward, I bought him a whole cooked chicken from the actual chicken counter in there, and when he smelt that,
Mm.
he was basically dribbling all on the bus and all of that. So, well, he loved it, but it was all good enough. But that's why he's shattered now, bless him.
Oh,
But
that's good. That's
oh no,
good.
it certainly is.
That's all right.
Oh, well, you mean in regards to Patrick's Day?
No, I'm talking about when you
No. I'm talking to
oh,
Marshall about next year, because it. Well, hopefully, don't see why. If you want to like come over, sure, why not? I mean, I'm just waiting for my injury to get a little bit better, so I can work out when we could sort of like arrange to go over and start planning to do some things to find them and stuff. Because it's certainly not an easy thing.
Yeah. You said you wait for your energy, your
Injury.
injury.
Yeah.
No, when you said you get to know your mom, how did that turn out?
No, what I mean is, I mean, obviously, to get to know more about her from like their perspective and their relationships with her, to get to know more about her in that way, because it's quite hard when I miss her a lot.
Oh, yeah.
And I actually didn't realize until recently that all of last year I wasn't really dealing with any of the people that I lost.
Oh,
So I was sort of like numb to it all. So I hadn't gone through any really of the stages of grief. And it's
so
sort of
you
like
didn't,
starting to hit me now. And I wasn't expecting it to. And
oh,
that's the
why did you
difference
hit it?
right there.
Why did you hide it? You did because you didn't want to
No,
deal.
I do not know. This is the thing. I cannot answer that. I don't know whether or not it was like my body's way of protecting itself because of other stuff that was going on at the time. I
So
don't know whether that.
it wasn't done. You're saying it wasn't done purposely.
No,
Okay.
definitely not. No.
hmm And then as time went on, and your body is releasing what it didn't go through when it hit it before. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
How are you able to get through that? How are you able to cope with that?
it's hard because I had to stop my counselling for my other thing
Mm-hmm.
because it was too much, and it was sort of like saying, well, maybe it would have been better to have started with the other
Mm-hmm.
counselling first. But at the time, I didn't know which was more
Right. Yeah.
taxing on my head,
Right.
whether it was the
Mm-hmm.
bereavement or
Right.
the trauma, because they're both similar emotions, and
Right. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
it's
You
difficult to
could. You could.
differentiate between the two.
Right. Right. Exactly. So you couldn't at that time. Yeah. If you knew or was aware, you would have. But by you not being aware, you couldn't know.
Well, I actually asked the counsellor. I sort of like said, well, in your professional opinion, what would you do? And she said, well, I can't answer that for you. That's going to be your decision. And I said, well, you're the professional here.
Right.
But they wouldn't say, or they couldn't say.
What did they wouldn't even give you different scenarios or anything like that?
Nope.
Mm.
They said, it's down to you. You one or the other. You can't have both at the same time. Because I was basically asking them, because it was so similar,
Mm-hmm.
could they possibly cover some of this? And they were saying no. And they were basically saying that they wouldn't advise doing both at the same time anyway. Well, I can understand that now why.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, what the hell do you do here?
Right.
You either deal with 7 lots of grieving,
Mm-hmm.
or the trauma that actually happened and all of that. So, hey, Tonkin.
Hey, how you doing?
Are we doing all right? And
I had an
that
interesting
music
drive.
was hot.
I know.
So I didn't know you like drum and bass like that. I mean, I have to do a good set like that.
Well, Vic, you know I used to listen to it.
Yeah, but
Back memories.
listening to it and actually really enjoying it is different, you know?
Yeah.
Hey,
I did enjoy it. It was a nice little back thing.
hey, Tom.
Playing cat and mouse. Hey, how's it going, man? Yeah, well, Vic, for the first 5 miles, I was playing cat and mouse with some friends, shall we say.
Oh, goodness me. Yeah, we all
I don't think they know the back roads as well as I do. You know?
probably,
So at one point I was following them.
Probably not. Well, you don't really want to be playing games in London with the boys and girls in blue.
I'm sticking to the traffic laws. That's what I was doing.
No. I'm not implying you're not. For goodness sake, you're putting words in my mouth here. But
I know.
You know that they don't need any real reason to pull you over. They just do most of the time.
Well, if I was in my other car, they would have pulled me over. You know that.
Oh, yeah, because of I get you. Leo, will you be careful? This is a bloody table. Jesus.
He woke up now.
And now you're going to the glass one. Will you be careful? Bloody hell. What am I going to do with you, monkey? Huh?
Well,
at least he's still like on his sofa, not like crushing me, which is better than it was.
Well, I'm almost home now, so I've got to decide whether to sneak into bed or spend the rest of the night on the sofa. So, what do you reckon, Vic?
What are you asking me for? I don't know, like what's going on in your head, do I? I mean,
yeah, well, I have to leave for work at 10 o'clock in the morning, so.
Oh, where would you sleep better, and what's your head like?
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. I think I have to decide.
Would you want to like keep Liz up? You're a bit restless. Why don't you see how you go on the sofa for a while, and then if it's not working, then go. I know. It's a hard one. I know what Von Eric thinks, but when you have sleeping problems, it's a pain in the backside.
Yeah.
There aren't any easy answers, are there? You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, that could be a pain when you're sleeping because your body is not, especially if your body's not relaxed, and then when your body doesn't relax, it doesn't heal properly, and you get a lot of disturbance, and that could be.
Probably. You got a little bit of sleep over here.
Yeah, well, it wasn't sleeping, it was just resting.
Oh, come on. At one point, you were snoring a little bit.
I was not snoring. That was Leo.
No. I know the difference between his snoring. Well, because you were both bloody doing it. So it sounded different.
Alright.
Why do you think I plugged in my headphones? What I was doing wasn't like going to wake
Huh.
either of you up, so I was being considerate.
Well,
Because I know
I'm
you
gonna
don't sleep too well, so I didn't want to like do anything to like make it worse for you, so you don't sleep
I'm
and
quite
that.
relaxed
And
today, so.
well, it has been an alright day, isn't it?
Yeah. Been good.
Let's just hope the cat does not destroy more things, because that would not be
Yeah.
good. But at least I've got spares now, just in case that does happen, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But if they do destroy it, one of them, tell them to go for the other one. A lot easier.
I am not going to bloody train them to bloody destroy things on certain sides. No. Hopefully it won't
No,
happen
but it just
again,
had to
but
be that one, didn't it?
it wasn't deliberate.
I know.
Something that
Anyway,
happens so bloody quick.
yeah.
My cat has a thing of destroying my blinds. She keeps on jumping up them and swinging from. Oh, she's not so bad at the trying to open the windows now, because she knows that she can't open that window very because I've like made it quite hard to open, but before she sort of like worked out how to open windows and get out that way and things like that, and she was swinging from the blinds to do it. It's like, oh my god. So Tom can sort of like fix them, and within a few weeks my cat really destroyed one of them again, and it's like, oh, for goodness sake.
I think we're going to have a look at different blinds and that for next time, really.
Well, it's got to be ones which aren't going to hurt them either, because curtains are a no, because they absolutely swing from those. So I don't know, that they are a pain in the backside when it comes to.
Well, like I said, you know,
It's because of the
I'll be
breed she
more.
is. That they are climbing cats, and that she is. Carrie's not so much of a climber. She's just being a cheeky cow, but I don't know.
Yeah, well, you know, I'll take Kelly off your hands for a bit. You know that.
No, you won't. When
Oh,
he keeps on trying to catnap her,
yeah.
because she is a sweet girl, and she's very quiet and cheeky, and I don't know, like quite a few people have said if she ever needed a new home, that there's quite a few people that would take her in, and I'm like, no, she's fine where she is.
Well, Vix, I'm going to get heading in now and stick on the radio and listen to the rest of the tunes now. I was enjoying that.
Who was spinning anyway?
I don't know. Wasn't really concentrating that much. I was too busy driving and avoiding. You know?
So you don't know what?
No, I think it's just the DJ's best picks. I think it is.
Well, it did sound a little bit like I don't know, a bit like Renegade Hardware and Hospital Records type labels.
Right.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, I'm gonna get up on my phone and have a look see what
Which
playing.
is Well, I've got quite a lot of those tunes here anyway, so that'd be interesting.
Alright, well, I hope you lot have a good night.
Well, yeah, I mean, like I say, what needed to be said was said, and we can carry on and start, doing positive lives and all of that, and stop with people trying to like drag us back into negativity and that, because I say I am not in the same place I was in January.
Alright, well, you take care.
Likewise.
See you later. Alright.
All right.
See you later, Von Eric. And
See you later. Take care of yourself, buddy.
yeah, you too, Luke.
So, what is your solution anyway, Marshall, in regards to your internet issue? Is it that you may have a solution for it? So that'd be quite handy, wouldn't it? I don't know. So I was going to ask her, how is your friends Little and Mal? Because you said that they weren't feeling too good.
Oh, we're doing good now. Doing okay now. Yeah.
So it's just like a 24-hour thing.
Yeah. It wasn't long. Yeah, they doing pretty good. Some people, get a little sick when that weather changed the way it did, and all of a sudden it was cold, and bam, it's got.
Well, this is what I was saying to Bink in the chat, because he was saying that I sound a little bit under the weather, and whereas because being caught, British weather isn't exactly the best when it comes to this anyway. The fact that one day it can be like pouring down the rain, the next day it can be okay, and then it gets cold, and we have weather changes constantly over here. So when you've got like a lower immune system anyway, and you've got that going on, it's not the easiest thing.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that you can't take a lot of the over-the-counter stuff in a pharmacy, which makes it a little bit more difficult when you do come down with things like that. And this is why trying to find like different like homeopathic stuff that actually works, that I can actually tolerate and stuff, which would be good.
Mm-hmm.
It's better for your body anyway to go natural, isn't it?
Yeah.
And as long as it doesn't mess with my head, then it's all good,
That's true. That's absolutely true. It's here sometimes when a lot of that pollen takes place, and then sometimes I get a little cold, but it's not. Now, probably if the weather keeps going like this, it's supposed to go down to 50s. But if it keeps staying like this, I probably will get real sick.
Isn't it? Or is that mine?
Huh?
Your thing cut out there. I don't know whether it was because I couldn't hear.
You couldn't hear me?
I heard you were talking about pollen.
Oh yeah, if the weather stays like this and that pollen keep escalating, yeah, I will. Yeah, I get real sick because it's the weather's been. It went cold and then all of a sudden just got hot, and when it does that.
So do you have to like take antihistamines for it, or do you go natural as well for yourself?
I go natural. Yeah, I drink ginger tea. I got some ginger tea crystals. I drink that.
Okay.
I take a tablespoon of black seed oil and apple cider vinegar. That clears my sinuses out.
Yeah, that's interesting. Okay.
Yeah. And takes drink some elderberry tea. Try to drink that to boost my immune system. And I just
Well, considering you're talking to an English, but we are tea drinkers over here, so yeah,
yeah,
well, we get it.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. I sure did forget. That's y'all know y'all when it comes to tea, y'all know all things about that. So yeah, that's true. I surely forgot.
That's right, don't worry about it.
Yeah, but yeah, I drink that. And I make sure I walk daily. Because that helps me out too. Take a daily walk, about an hour. I walk, and then in the summertime, I usually walk about an hour and a half.
That's why it's so good having a dog, because you sort of like have to go out, even sometimes when you don't feel like it. You really have to, and all of that. But
Yeah,
it certainly wears you out in that way. So
right.
yeah, it's all good and that,
Hmm.
you know. So certainly won't complain about that. But it'd be a lot nicer if over here it would make up its mind on what it wants to do, like with all this weather and that. Wouldn't, you know, stick with one thing,
Hmm.
or instead of all the chopping and changing. And I didn't realise that Tonkin was saying that during the rain and the storms and that we were having over here, it comes from Sudan,
Hmm.
and all the sand that had like been like brought up into the sky, and that was like basically chucked over here.
Hmm.
And that would explain a lot why I was like sneezing a lot and stuff. I was, what the heck's going on here? And was I did not notice like all the like the sand on the bins and stuff like that, because I just didn't happen to notice it. And then he pointed it out. I was like, oh yeah, so I see it now. It's like mad.
Right.
But you don't think about things like that, do you? That sand from another part of the world would be causing a big issue over here. But yeah,
Hmm. Yeah.
and it's quite fascinating when you think about it, that slightest thing in one country can have a big impact in another like that. And
Yeah. That's what. Yeah. That is mind-boggling. But it lets me. It also has me thinking: is
of
all
course,
things are working together, or is things?
it's all interconnected. You're right.
Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah.
It's all about balance and everything else, and it is all.
Hmm.
This is another reason, like why it's so like good to sort all this out, so that people's minds can be on things that like really do matter
Hmm.
in regards to the bigger picture.
Hmm.
You stop flicking your tail, mister.
Hmm.
He's having a party over there. Well, hopefully he's not going to start knocking stuff flying, otherwise that's going to make some interesting noises on your stream.
Hmm.
No, he's bloody woke the cat up. Oh goodness me! But you know what I'm saying though, in regards to all of this. That a lot of it is a big distraction, isn't it?
Hmm. Yeah. You're right. It is.
I couldn't believe before Tonkin came over here, and I watched a couple of Rotten's videos. I don't know whether you ever watch his channel, Rotten Politics.
What is it called?
Rotten Politics. It's a guy from the UK, and he basically tells it how it is about a lot of things, and the powers that be tried to take him down a few times and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because he basically doesn't hold back about his feelings at all.
Mm-hmm. No, I never been on that channel. No, never heard of that channel either.
You would certainly hear some different slang words that you wouldn't necessarily like use in like the US, like he calls people fraggles
Mm-hmm.
and stuff like that, which I'm sure you would know the program,
Right. Mm-hmm.
but obviously it doesn't mean it in that way. And well, you were talking about slang the other day, weren't you? And because he's northern as well,
Mm-hmm.
northerners have different slang words, different things.
Yep. Some of them do. Yeah.
Maybe if you watch that video, you could sort of like tell me what you think of them and see if you like appreciate his humor or not. Some people do, some people don't.
Mm-hmm.
I
And
mean,
what's this called? What's it called?
Rotten Politics.
Rotten Politics.
Yeah. I mean, he's not racist or anything like that. He's not like that at all.
Let me see.
I mean, in my opinion, he's a genuine guy that just says it how it is. And when people are trying to continuously take your channel down, you must be doing something in a certain direction that they really don't want people to know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, it's one of those, but
Rotten Politics.
yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, here you go. All right. I'm gonna watch some later on.
I'd say he's on quite a lot of platforms now because he feels that he needs to, just in case. Because they have stopped him on here like a few times and all of that, and
mm-hmm.
I'd say it is what it is, you know. He's always been nice to me. He's never given me any bother, so why on earth would I give him any? You know, it's not.
I found that guy. Let me see. Akala. You ever heard? You never heard about the guy? Remember I asked you about the guy named Akala?
McCullough.
From England, rapper and a historian.
I listen to some rap music, but not.
He's a
I'm not heavily into it.
He's an historian too. He spoke at let me see. He spoke at Oxford too.
Oh, a lot of people have, haven't they?
Mm-hmm.
They've had quite a lot of speakers there, which some have been like very surprising. I mean, I've listened to quite a lot of speakers that they've had at Oxford and that, and it must be quite interesting for the students there to.
Music I listen to said it 20 times.
Hold on.
Maybe jump. Then I thought, what the hell?
I'm gonna send you the link and let you listen to it all. this is one of the days he spoke at Oxford, which this was just part of what he was when after he got finished his lecture. He had a sat down and he was taking questions.
You can put a link in the normal chat if you wanted to put it in the normal chat, or you can put it in private. It's completely down to yourself.
Okay, I'll put it in private chat and let you look at it. And if you want to share it, you can share it in normal chat if you want.
Well, if you think other people would like it and it's not.
Oh yeah, I think other people will like it. Let me share.
But then I trust you.
Mm.
You haven't ever done anything like bad to me or my channel or anybody else's that I've seen. So why would you start now?
Right. Mm. Yeah, well, he did a lecture and he was asking questions. But his sister is a very popular singer.
Okay.
From in England. I forgot her name, but yeah, she was very popular in England. So you probably know his sister. And I think she sung at when Nelson Mandela got I think when he first came out, and I think before he became she sung at his whatever thing that they had, she sung there. Or when he was elected. It was one of those. When he first came out or when he was elected, she sung there at the but at his gathering or something. But yeah. But he's an historian and he's been on. What's that guy that comes on? He used to have a show on CNN here in America. I think he does BBC morning show, the Morning Today show. What's his name?
Oh, I don't. What?
He got a show called the BBC Morning Today. It's like this the show today here in America, but y'all have a show that comes on in the morning. He used to be on CNN here in America.
I was trying to think who's been on BBC.
Matter of fact, it was the thing that I think he was suspended because he said something about Meghan Markle.
Oh, you don't mean Piers Morgan, do you? No, because
yeah, that's what it is. Piers Morgan. He got it.
He's more on Good Morning Britain, which is on ITV.
Oh, Good Morning. Oh, okay. Good Morning Britain. I thought it was today.
I know.
Okay. Yeah, he he was on there too with him a couple of times. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, he doesn't like her very much, does he, Piers Morgan? And
yeah. But yeah, the guy Akala, he was on there a couple times on there. I seen a couple things he was on there.
Yeah, because Piers used to do like programs about people's lives and have them on like that. But that program got stopped.
Yeah, he used to be on CNN. Matter of fact, after when they let go, what's his name, Larry King, he took Larry King's spot. When Larry, and Piers Morgan took his spot, took his spot, right? Took his show, that slot that Larry King.
That's a little bit different, isn't it? Larry King to him.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was different. Yeah.
I mean, how did your country take that? Having
well, it was
American to an Englishman doing it, you know.
It was okay, but then after a while, it didn't. It didn't.
Well, he has knack of peeing people off, doesn't he?
And,
I think he's got no filter.
Yeah, I think that's what people couldn't. Well, no, I'm not
misunderstood.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that because that's how Larry King got popular. Larry King.
But I actually think though, because if you have an American talking to predominantly Americans, that he's more on your wavelength than say.
As hip hop grew in the mid '80s, New York's different neighborhoods began to take credit.
Oh snap! My phone.
You keep on making me jump. My goodness me.
About that. Go ahead. What
Oh,
you
bloody hell.
saying? I was still in my Facebook thing. It was still open.
I'd say so. I was thinking for a minute, and what on earth have I done now? I thought it was coming from my laptop, and I'm thinking, shit. No, mine's muted. Bloody hell, not again. About it. It was an accident. It was a few seconds, so it shouldn't matter, for goodness sake, But I don't know whether you'd agree with me there that when it does come to like wavelengths and that, because I mean it's quite difficult sometimes for us to get our head round peers. So for you guys to sort of like understanding, and he's very sarcastic.
Yeah,
and, but you never know when he's insulting you or not.
That's how Larry King was. That's how Larry King was.
Yeah, but I understood him quite easily in that way.
When?
But
are you talking about when Larry King first came on?
Pretty much whenever I
How long you been watching Larry King?
Well, no, not like constant or anything like that.
Yeah.
On and off for a few years now, on and off, but
no, like when Larry King first came onto the scene, and the reason why he got that CNN time slot, because he was a lot like Piers Morgan. I could see that's why CNN put Piers Morgan on there. He was like a younger version, almost like a younger version of Larry King.
Okay.
Yeah, but he just didn't. I don't think people gravitated to him because I guess because
that's a bit like putting Howard Stern in that position, isn't it?
Almost. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah,
that'd be a little bit interesting, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Oh, you said they should have put Howard Stern instead of.
No. I said it's like putting him in that position, isn't it? Similar sort of personality. I
see what you're saying. Yeah, because I see what you're saying. I see exactly now what you're saying, because some of this stuff is over the top, like Howard Stern.
Yeah.
I got you.
Exactly. I'm not saying that you should have had the job, no, but it'd be like an American equivalent, wouldn't it, in a way?
Right.
And a younger version.
Yeah, over the top. Yeah, I got you. I see what you're saying. It'd be a little over the top, the things that he said.
I'd say so, but I don't know. I mean, like so, I haven't watched. So I don't really watch a lot of televised stuff now, because I know it's got so I don't want to say the W word, but it has,
It has what? You say it again?
To use the W word.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
The 4-letter W word.
Right. Right.
And a lot of programs that have gone that way, and it's like, I don't know, it's just ruined a lot of things, and you're not really allowed to say what you feel anymore. And I know people just feel awkward the whole time, and that, and it just. So, what is the actual point? When you can actually find different things to do that are a lot more, I don't know, pleasurable, and at least what you're doing is like truthful and honest. I mean, what you're hearing right now, a lot of the time isn't, and it's like, nah, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see. Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't it be nice if they could basically cut it out and come back to some kind of normality, not make this like the new normal. And I don't mean the program the new normal, but that's something I don't watch either. But don't even know what that is about, or haven't seen any of them at all. But
Yeah.
it, it's a difficult one, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a difficult one to grasp, to figure out too.
And you certainly like want to protect your little one as well from seeing stuff like that as well. You want him to have a balanced, enriched education. You don't want it to be all what it's about at the moment, do you?
Right.
Well, I certainly wouldn't if I had an 8-year-old at the moment.
Right. No, I wouldn't want all of that at one time pushed on. No, I wouldn't. No, that's that because that would do a lot of harm to people who's unable to grasp it or to take it in and departmentize it the right way, in a way that it won't, when I say right way, in a way that it won't be detrimental to their life, or bring their mental capacity to a point that it will depress them or take them in a way that it will harm their health. So
yeah,
I wouldn't
I
want
feel
that.
that.
Wouldn't want that. So especially not at all at one time. So yeah.
I think that's probably why a lot of parents are homeschooling their little ones,
Yeah, that's what I do. I homeschool too. So
And
uh uh
I don't think it's all about them catching Rona or anything like that. I think it's a mixture of a few things that are putting parents off. And I could be way off here, but quite a few of the parents that I've spoken to have like all different types of opinions about things, and some of it is so off the scale you're thinking, whoa, okay, this is where people's minds are at. And I think people are like quite scared to sort of like just ask people like when they're out and about these sorts of questions, because whenever like I do ask people, they're sort of like surprised of, a person's asking me a legit question here.
mm-hmm.
A lot of the time they're actually quite happy to talk about it, and you think, oh, okay, because you normally you don't like expect people to like want to talk about, but it seems like people actually do want to talk about it, but
Yeah, that's
they
true.
just feel that they can't. And
Yeah. That's true. There's a lot of people that do want to talk about it, that rather talk about it. That's absolutely true. Um, mm. But then I guess we would have to think, should we talk about it? For some people, it is needed. I guess
yeah,
some people don't want to talk about it because of what it
well,
does to them when they do. So, but some of them needs to talk about it because I guess it's hard for them to deal with it when they keep it inside. So, I guess I would see both ways, because
of course.
some people will have to release it. So,
Well, it's also like when you are like around people, you sort of like get to feel the energy of that person as well, whether they're like an open person or closed off. You could sort of like feel that. So you're obviously not going to go to a person's energy that's completely closed off, because that would, I would feel that would be intruding and would be too much, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So you're sort of like going off like gut feeling there, and all that. I don't know. It's a lot easier to do that when you're, face to face with somebody, rather than doing this online, because it's a lot more difficult online to do that, I think. I don't know.
Yeah. I guess it would be to each his own, to each individual, the way how they
Sure.
to they want to express themselves or express how they feel, or so I guess that will go to the individual, personal individuals. But the thing is, what I get sensitive to
Yeah.
is the kids, is the young kids who
Yeah.
are not, what should I say, not at that point that they are able to compartmentize it, or to express it in a way that they need to grow.
Of course, because each child is different.
Right, each child is different. So that's the only time I get really sensitive, because
Yeah.
the ones who is, like you said, is unable to do it, and to the ones that is able, what would they do with it once they are able to departmentize it, and able to, how would they use it to grow? Would they use it to grow into a positive or into a negative? And the way they use it, would they use it to bring harm on somebody or not? Those things I look at, because those things can be really detrimental to other people outside of that.
That's sort of like the sort of like flip of the coin, isn't it? You know.
Yeah, yeah. Flip of the coin. Yeah, yeah. Flip of the coin. And then when the coins land, you'll know what path you should go. You will go, or you go this path or go that path.
But this is the actual thing as well, isn't it? That it could end up being say bad for right now, but then that bad thing can turn into something good.
Yes, absolutely.
So you never know.
Never know. Yeah, that's true.
That you have to take a few bad turns to get on the right one, and vice versa. And
That's true. Yeah, that's when, those times when I see that, that's when I pray. That's my personal journey. I pray when it comes to that point, that whatever it is, like you just said, it could go, start off bad, end up good, or it could start off good, end up bad, then good, or bad, good, then bad. So when I see those things going back and forth in my mind, I would just have to pray and ask God to.
well, it might not either be good or bad. It just might be just is.
True.
You know?
That's true. Yep. Absolutely true. Yep. Yep. You're right.
So a lot of people don't think about that either. There's
Right.
it's a lot more answers than just good
Good
or bad,
That's true. It
right or wrong.
right. Yeah. That's like you said. It could be just what it is. And things that are bad may be bad to you, but it could be good to someone else. So and that makes it what it is, or what is. That's true about that. It may not be good or bad. It could just be what it is, just what it is.
Oh, exactly.
Matter of fact, that's what in that movie what was it? Rambo Part 3. I think it was Part 3 or Part 4 when he said that too.
I
About,
haven't seen any of those films actually.
oh yeah, and the one that he got when I think it was Part 4, and they were talking about the wars and stuff, and he said, that's what he said. It's not. She was saying wars are bad, and he was like, it's not about bad or good. It's about what is. What is. It's just what it is. You can't. Why try to change it with what you're trying to change? Just accept that's what it is. That's how it is. Yeah, that's what he said. I mean, it's a very good point. That's what it is.
It is a difficult thing though for people to be able to accept that though.
Yeah, it is. You're right. It is. Yeah. Yeah.
Because a lot of people like want to go down and go down rabbit holes, and you don't really want to be doing that with when it comes to kids.
Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But then, what age is it acceptable for a child to go down their first rabbit hole,
Right.
so to speak?
Mm-hmm.
And for a parent, that is quite a scary thing.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, as long as you're there, you know, to be able to help, and because you might not have all the answers. I mean, nobody has all the answers because you're not God or anything. So it's a difficult thing in that way. But as long as you do the best you can by them and try and guide them the best you can, that's all you can really do.
Right.
And as long as you're good with that, and that is a good thing.
Yeah, that's true.
But you know, it does sound like your son, you know, is on the right path in that in regards to him. So I don't think you could have any worries there for a little while.
Right.
But young men, when he sort of like gets to his like pre-teens and that's when things get interesting.
Right.
Well, I'm sure you remember what it's like to be that age yourself.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's certainly different now.
Yeah. How many kids you have?
3.
Did you raise they close in age?
2 of them are.
So how was you able to raise 3 kids or 2 of those kids and around the same age? And when you was raising them and things was going on in the world, do you think you would be able to raise them the same as what's going on now than what was going on back then when you raised them?
I will explain that one to you when we're not on a live, because it is quite in depth, and I'm not going to go into that on a live.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Because
Okay.
and that is nothing against you or anything like that at all.
Oh, okay. Uh-huh.
It's about other people.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
And you know what other people can be like, and all of that. And there's certain things that I'm not going to be putting out there like online and that, and there are certain lines that I'm not going to go over.
Mm-hmm.
Because look right now, people just like using whatever they can to like bring up and try and hurt you with it and stuff like that. And in regards to like other members of my family, and that is when things start to get, I don't want to say the word crazy in that, but that is where the protective side of them will come in a lot more. And it's already like getting to that point where my family are getting to that point now without it making any more volatile or anything like that. And there is no way I'm going to be making it in a way that things can be misconstrued, interpreted, and all of that. And especially when it comes to, you know what it's like when people only have to like bring up like small things in regards to your little ones, and it's like it brings out a different side in a lot of people, and I just do not even want to do that at all in a way, you know.
Yeah, I completely understand. Yeah, I completely understand.
Bloody hell, Tonkin! Jesus Christ! Oh my God! I'm just going to get a bloody slap when I see him next. Well, he won't be in a good place either. Coming out with things like that, my God. Yeah, those kinds of questions, because people already have it like in their heads that, you know, there's something going on there, and they're actually, we just got good friends and that, but people think that, you know, a man and a woman can't be good friends without there's something going on, but you actually can.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know whether like the majority of your friends are men or the majority of your friends are women, or you've got like a balanced amount.
Shoot. I believe I got to balance them because I got to balance them out. Because I guess because I let anybody become my friend, so I guess I got to balance them out.
Right. So, well, when I mean like really close people that you'd have in your house, rather than, if you see what I mean. Those are what I would class as like.
Yeah, it still would be the same.
Okay. Which is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing at all. Because I say that, especially, you know, in the past 2 years, people's attitudes have been like forced to change.
Right.
Which, you know, it shouldn't have really been the case, but the way people have been like you know, shoved stuff in front of their faces and said, you will believe this is what's going on, and all this, when it actually isn't, and it's just like, oh, for goodness sake. And it would be, well, a lot more people are waking up to it, and hopefully it won't be too late.
Right.
Because there is a lot going on right now, and there is so much deflection and things masking other things and sleight of hand and all this, that, and the other. And keep an eye on it all. I mean, for goodness sake, it would. I don't know. You just can't basically be keeping track of absolutely everything.
Mhm.
Well, you know what I'm saying, and
Yeah.
a lot of families have actually like had a lot of arguments about this as well.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. You're right. Yeah. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Yeah.
and that's a shame that's happened.
Yeah.
Well, I think it is.
Hmm.
So that is one thing I will not talk to my family about anymore. I know when to zip it now.
Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
I mean, I can with certain members of my family, but others it's
Yeah.
no.
Yeah. And that's what it's like it says in the Word of God. It's a time and place for everything. It's a time to laugh, time to joke, time to say this, time not to say that.
Exactly. I mean, it's a similar thing when you're talking about money,
Hmm.
religion,
Hmm.
politics. It's just certain things that you just do not do. And, just some members of your family, you can't speak about any of those subjects. And it's like,
Yeah. You can't, it's certain members you can't speak about politics. Then there's some members you can, some members you can't speak about religion, and there's some members of your family you can or friends.
mm-hmm.
You gotta, I guess they say it's the same way. You gotta pick your battles. Know when and know.
Shouldn't have
What
to
I
be a
try.
battle, though, should it?
Well, I just think me looking at it is people's personality, their emotions, and way they feel about it. I always look at it as an educational way. It's how people just, they stick near their guns. I understand that they stick in what
Sure.
they believe, which I understand. The only thing is, when I have my complaint, is when you try to force it and believe
Yeah.
that what you believe everybody should believe. No, that
No.
should. We all believe in different things. We all have different interpretations. So
Of course.
what I try not to do is to try to force or try to disrespect someone else's interpretation or belief. I look at it and I say, yes, I understand and see that. But what I go back and forth is when someone say, "Oh, what I believe is what everybody should believe." No. If that's the case, everybody would. It'd be more people believing what you're saying. But no. That's not how life is. That's not what it is. Everybody do not believe.
It's like if you asked this particular question to a certain amount of people, like if you looked up in the sky, what pictures would you see in the clouds? And everybody would say different things.
Right. Right.
It's a similar thing.
Right.
And none of those answers would be wrong.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. None of those answers would be wrong. Even that's a good acknowledgement, because when you even look at a picture, you'll have different interpretations of what people see with it,
Mm-hmm.
and all of those would be the right way. Now, sometimes people will go back to the person who painted, and even when writing books, they would say, "Well, that's not what I meant," but not
Yeah.
saying that's not what
Mm-hmm.
the painter meant or the person who wrote it. But that doesn't mean your interpretation is wrong. It's just that it's the opposite of what the person who painted it or who wrote the book is.
Exactly. But that's the fascinating thing about humanity, isn't it?
Right. Right.
Well, I think so anyway. And it frustrates a lot of people, but it's just a fascinating thing to think that you. It's good if people are open-minded enough and are willing to listen and to accept and to take on board other people's opinions without it completely decimating your own beliefs as well. There is room for a lot of things in your brain and spirit. It is a weird one.
Yeah.
Difficult but weird.
Yeah.
This is why I do think it is good to talk about these kinds of things and to have these I know like light-hearted debates with people, like when you come across them on the street and stuff like that, because for one it sort of like takes their mind away from monotony of their day and stuff like that, and it just makes them think about something different, and it can certainly put smiles on people's faces as well, which is always a good thing to do.
Yeah.
Leo, what on earth are you doing?
I ain't never seen this concert. They got a I never seen George when George what's the guy of the Beatles? What's his name? George what's his name? What's that? Let me see.
Harrison?
Yeah. I never knew that they did a concert for him all this time. And they shown it on this station, the concert they did for him, and I didn't know that they did that.
Oh, okay.
They got everybody there, all different artists and stuff. I didn't know that at all.
I mean, I must admit, some of the Beatles is okay. Some of it was a little bit.
Yeah. His son looked George's son looked just like him. Golly, looked like a younger version of George Harrison. Yeah, but yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, it's nothing wrong with that.
At least you wouldn't need a DNA test when.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, that came out a bit blunt, didn't it? But no, I didn't mean it like. Oh Jesus! I didn't mean it like that. But oh crap! That's the thing with us English. We do come out with really blunt things. It's like, oh crap! What the hell now? This is a thing on here is that people take it so damn literal as well, and it's like, oh shit, here we go again. Let's have to explain this comment now and explain that one, and it's like you have to explain every other word sometimes to people, and it's just like, chillax, you know.
Right.
Yeah, that I mean, obviously, you're quite used to talking to Brits by now. I would have thought. What's that mean? Is that a good oh crap, she's gone there again.
No. You talking about my son?
Wait, what? Bring your kid into it? What are you saying? Oh jeez. We're not going to have a throwdown in here. No, definitely not. It might sort out your sinuses though. It might be a natural way of doing it. You know, just have a few barneys in here. You know.
Right. Right. Yeah.
And obviously that's another slang word, which I don't know if you use that one in the States, do you?
Which one?
Barney.
Barney?
Yeah.
No, we don't use that. Yeah. Well, I'm not. See, I don't know. Wait a minute. I want to be clear. We may not use that in a part of the United States, which is the hood, but they may use it in other places, like in the suburb, in the suburbs.
I wouldn't have thought so. No.
They may use it like people that live like you. They got the ghetto in the.
London is pretty unique in that way. I must say, it's a very diverse place where you have a bit of everything here.
Mm-hmm.
Within like a few streets, you'd I don't know. In this town alone,
Mm-hmm.
I would hate to think how many nationalities there are. And that isn't being racist or anything like that. It's just the fact that it's just a very diverse place, and the more centralized London you go, the more diverse it gets as well. And it's actually difficult sometimes when you're actually trying to talk to people and they're not actually understanding what you're saying when you're talking English and you're in England and people aren't getting you.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So it's having to well, I suppose you don't have to, but like learning other languages. But there's so many more different people with different languages coming over here. You get to a stage where you'd be like having to speak so many different languages, and
but even in the English language, let me put it this way: when rap music first came out, it started in New York.
yeah,
We all speak a type of English here in America. But when when rap came out in New York, that rap, everybody liked it because it was something new in the beat. As it went on,
yeah,
people liked the beat, but they couldn't understand it because of the doing rap was speaking in a dialect of slang, which they do on the street, which a lot of people could not understand. And when New York used to go to other places and people used to, give them their tapes and stuff like that, New York wouldn't play it because New York thought that, oh, they didn't know how to speak or they sound stupid. These are rappers talking about other rappers sounding stupid. They didn't know they was using dumb slang. So New York was trying to keep it just in a certain way. But the reason why down south went and took off so much broader is because down south they speak clearly. They speak in a slang that a lot of more people can understand. See, if you live in a hood, only the hood understands the hood because of the slang. Outside of that, it is hard unless you are able to visit the hood. So people in the county, people in the royal areas, people in the suburb, they couldn't understand because of the slang they was using in the rap. But when it went down south, and the way they spoke in a clearly understanding slang or an interpretation that people can understand. That's why
it was more concise.
right, it's not precise, you know, because a lot of words that the New York was using, which they was in the dictionary, they was using a lot of dictionary and using words to compensate other words, or instead of me using 3 of these words, they would use a word like a dictionary word or an academic word to describe what they're going through in the hood, and that would made it phenomenal to a lot of people. But to most people, they couldn't understand it. Like, what are they saying? Or what's that word they say? I don't know. And that's what made it uh so confusion until the southern part, the southern people down the south started bringing out rap music. They had a good beat. They was using words. They instead of using a dictionary word, they would just use 3 words, and boom, it took off. Because most people, you got people in the suburb understood it, people in the royal areas understood it, people in the county understood it, and people in the hood understood it. So when the organizations we had, they was like, "Oh man, well, shoot, we could make."
That's what I was saying earlier on, wasn't it? About being in a pub or something like that, when people can come on the same wavelength when it comes
Right.
to things like music and all of
Right.
that. Because
Right.
that's just one example.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
What would you say your favorite type of music is? Because I know there were so many, but
I would say, if I'm unable to understand, especially understand the words and lyrics, I would say all. The only ones is the ones, and because I always look at it in a way to as I want to know what the person is talking about, and if the beat is nice, I like beats. So if the beat is nice, I'm all in. If the beat not nice,
what kind of beat would
uh,
you be looking for?
I like bass. I like bass.
Okay.
I love bass. I'm the type of person that likes the music first, then the lyrics. And you know, a lot of people likes the lyrics, then the beat. But I like beats first. I like the music will bring me in to actually tune me into the lyrics. So I like the best is but now what I just don't like. I like all types of music, but if they got that little bass and that little bass in it, that draws me in. It doesn't matter where, rock, jazz, doesn't matter. If they got that little bass in it, that'll draw me in, and so I will stay there.
It's amazing though, isn't it? But when you're like listening to a tune and your head just sort of like immediately strips it all apart,
Right,
and automatically in your head, and you can
right,
like
right,
work out what's going on. And
right.
not everybody can do it, but it's good when you can. And
Yeah. Oh man, that's cool. Tools didn't come up. Yeah, you see him in a while. Talk to him in a while.
no, he's been say he's been having internet problems. Hopefully soon it will sort it out and start to come back on lives and that, because he has missed out on a lot, but that could be like a blessing with certain things, with what's been happening over different things, but so hopefully it will get sorted out, because like I say, it's not just happening I knew it's happening on a lot of platforms, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's true.
And I honestly don't know why that is. I mean, I've got theories about it, but
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I have theories too. but I don't know. I guess
you don't really want to say what they are, because people sort of like then take that out of context. And
yeah. I guess we could just say it is what it is.
yeah.
It is what it is.
Well, I would certainly say that's true to a degree.
Mm-hmm.
But it's because like I haven't really experienced too many other platforms properly, and like I sort of like had a brief experience with say TikTok, and I don't think I will be doing anything on that platform. It's way too crazy over there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's probably like lots of lovely people over there, but that just sort of like first impressions last, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And if you've had like a really bad experience, and you sort of like hear quite a few people turn around and say, "Oh, I wouldn't really go anywhere near there." I sort of like, listen, because it's one thing you don't need if you've got a lot going on in your mind, and you don't want more and more issues, do you, than you need.
Mm.
You start up channels and do things like that to make it fun, and to make a difference, and that not to make it so it makes you go into a dark place and all of that. That's not why you ever want to do things like this, is it? Well,
Mm-mm. No.
certainly why I didn't start like bloody doing this.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't realise that in regards to like the actual DJing side of things, that there'd be so much issue when it comes to using tunes and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, I have like sought permission like from like a few labels to use their stuff, but when it comes to like I was trying to like explain it to Eddie the other day, and I think my friend Mark came in, who's a DJ as well. Like, if you're like doing a set and you've got say like 35 tunes, and they're all on different labels, that's 35 different lots of permission you need to get, and that's just for one set alone. And then it just gets to be a big headache. So just finding other platforms where you can do all of that without it being a massive headache.
Correct. Right. That's true. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, it'd be a lot different when I do like.
That's how my dog snore.
Oh, he's getting really loud. God, your dog must be quite a size then, if
No, he's not. She's not big at all. She's a cocker spaniel.
that snores like him. Okay.
Yeah. So
Okay. Wow. All right then.
yeah.
They are quite tiny dogs, aren't they? Really, in
Yeah.
comparison
He's
to
small.
him.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, snores just like that.
Well, he gets a lot louder than that, I must say.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that about that pitch right there, that's what she did. Because I'd be like, golly, what's wrong with you? You sound like you a horse. Like you a horse.
Well, put it this way, I can hear when he's like going full blast, I can hear him in the other room
Mm-hmm.
with both doors closed.
What?
Yes, he is that loud, and
Oh no, she's not that. She's not that loud. It's. I have to be. She's not that loud. Golly, now that's loud. Now that's.
but my first one,
Mhm.
she was even worse, and when it came to her and my husband at the time, now he used to not only snore, he used to talk in his sleep, and
Oh
he used to grind his teeth as well. So
wow.
with that going on, and with the dogs, I'd be like, ah. So yeah,
Yeah,
so
my
it'd be
aunt's partner.
earplugs and headphones and lots of things covering my head because I would say I've got very good hearing, and it the actual it'd be quite amusing actually. Some of the convos he would have in his sleep, and I'd be like talking to him, and he'd be like answering me, and I thought he was like pulling my leg or something, pretending to be asleep when he weren't and stuff like that. But no, he was legit asleep, and it was quite amusing. So a couple of times I actually sampled it, and just to like prove to him, that what he did when he was asleep and that, and actually we actually had some fun with that one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he appreciated the fact because he's a DJ too. So
Who your husband?
yeah, and all our friends can DJ
Okay.
too. And
Okay.
oh, we used to have some mad parties around here, and
Oh
oh,
yeah.
my neighbours hated it.
Oh
But
wow.
we did give them full like warning that you know we did say to them, look, if it gets too loud, you can either come round, knock on the door, or just phone and we will turn it down or whatever. You only have to sort of like ask. And I think if you're like that and you're considerate with people, then they're a bit more okay that they're not doing it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Because it wasn't every day or every week or everything like that.
Yeah. I got.
Unlike some people, that it's just constant. But
Right.
I think you have to be considerate with people. But when you've got like the woman in the hood at the back, I mean, she just likes to complain about anything, everyone. She's one of them, and it's like, ugh. And I didn't realize how bad she actually was because my husband used to like deal with her a lot of the time, and I just sort of thought, what on earth is he shouting out there and talking about? He's normally like not that loudly spoken or anything.
Mm-hmm.
I can't be anything that important because he would have mentioned it. But
Mm-hmm.
now I know why he didn't mention it because he didn't want to get me involved or get me wound up in any way. But
Right.
it would have been nice for the heads up. But
Mm-hmm.
no,
Mm-hmm.
I sort of like found out the I won't say the hard way, but yeah. But at least now, like, all my neighbours know exactly what she's like, and to ignore her when they ask, well, she asks them to call like the emergency services and things like that, because that's what was happening for a while. So my neighbours, you know, were believing her sort of like things that she was saying. Oh, I haven't seen her in a while. I'm a bit worried and that, and because I know quite a few of my neighbours round here,
Mm-hmm.
they were actually believing it. And when I actually explained to them what was going on, they were like, "Oh, we are so sorry. We did not know."
Mm-hmm.
So now they're wise to it, and you know, it's like calmed down a lot. But when you've got people like that, bloody trying to like wind you up all the bloody time, it does get rather taxing.
Mm-hmm.
Especially the fact that she's got kids as well, and it's like, you know, what on earth are you teaching your children? Hopefully they won't grow up and be like that with their neighbours when they move.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know, I actually hate to think in that circumstance what that would be like.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you'd appreciate that, you know.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
You would want your son to be considerate and caring and mindful of others
Yep.
when he turns into an adult and all of that and has his own family and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But if he turns the other way, I'm sure you'd be there to, you know, rectify that as well, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think your son would turn out like that, though. I can't see it myself, but
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
hopefully not.
Yeah, I pray every day. Every day.
I'm sure. I was going to ask her, how did your friend's live stream go the other day? The one that emailed you to go over there.
Oh, you talk about yeah, it went pretty good. Yeah. That was
Was it a long one or?
that was uh, uh, Ghetto was on there. Tom. Was it Tom? Truth with Tom. Yeah, I think it was Truth with Tom. Yeah.
I
Um,
don't think I had the pleasure.
yeah, Truth with Tom. He was on there with one of the ones that was on there with Freedom on Freedom Channel. Older guy living Virginia, West Virginia.
Okay.
Yeah, he had he has his shows. Matter of fact, he got kicked off of Facebook today. They said he told us, but yeah, it was
A lot of people have been kicked off of there, haven't they, though?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
And the other one, Dorsey's platform, a lot of people seem to get affected by that one as well.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happened with that one all of a sudden.
Yeah.
But whenever like I scan through it, it's just all full of arguments and people jumping on each other, and it's like, whoa.
Yeah, yeah, you do. It seems like they the ones that get all the views. Yeah, I'd be like, wow.
That's bad though, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah,
I just don't understand why people will feel the need to do that for one, and do it deliberately for that reason. I mean,
you know what? Tell you the truth, to some people, it's a relaxing stimulus to them. It makes them feel good. If you like if you like one day, right, just sit and listen, but don't just listen, just drown the words out and just look at their expression. Some people, it feels they use that as pretty much going to a psychiatrist. It feels relaxing to them. It's amazing. It's amazing how it is, how it turns out to some people, but that's how it is. It's like they feel like we feel when we don't want to hear that stuff. It brings too much burden on us, but to them it doesn't bring burden on them. It's relaxing to them.
That's completely out of whack, though.
Well, of course, because we don't walk that type of path. It's just like they would say the same thing about us. It's completely out of whack. It's completely out of whack as far as
What that wanting to be calm and
yeah, because they feel as though you should not be calm in a lot of the situations. You should be. Some people are just drama. They're addicted to drama. That's how they are. You can see that.
yeah.
Look how much of the views they get. Look in the prepper community. There's one couple channels. Their channel went up as far as views
Yeah.
when they started arguing with someone else.
Mm-hmm.
It went up because you know why? Look at now that we see on TV. You look at how much most of the TV are reality shows. People going back and forth, people arguing.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? That's how it is. Who would have thought these reality shows now that we see will be the top shows and most of the stuff that we see on TV? It's a reality show and people tune in because they want to see the next action. What did the person say? I seen a person on another, he's an ex-basketball player. He started out with under 1,000 views. Within a month, he became 500,000 views. He subscribers. He started out under 1,000 subscribers. By the time the end of the month came, he had 500,000
Mm-hmm.
because of the back and forth he was doing. He was joking, calling people names, saying they was this, saying they was that. People started tuning in all over. I'm talking about not just in America, all over the world started tuning into his channel. Just to see him go back and forth and argue and cause trauma and they still tune to his channel in today. He used to tune in, he used to get at least 10,000 views with it. People be watching like 10,000 people within first half an hour when he come on. 10,000.
Mm-hmm. That's mental, isn't it? Like that.
Yeah. And now it's just nothing but drama. But people tune into that. And to some people, it's relaxing. It's some people they just have to have that. It's like I'll be looking at reality shows, and I'll be like, why do people look at this? I mean, you just making these things up. But then I had to look at certain people that I was around, and certain people that I deal with, and actually sit back and look at them when they watch those TV shows, and they actually believe in it because they have experienced it, and they're still in that type of place in their lives to see that type of action. They like it. It turns them on, not in an intimate way, a sexual, but it turns them on into their mentality, where their mentality is. And it relaxes them. It's like some people just cannot. I know a lot of people like this. They cannot sit still. They have to go outside. like my some people in my family, they have to go outside and do something. They cannot come in the house and sit still for 2 or 3 hours. Cannot. They have to go where action is. They got to go to some bar, some club, or with somebody's house.
It's a shame that people can't be just content within, you know, their own being, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, but they look at us, they would look at us and say, it's a shame we too much content within ourselves. That's how they look at it. They say,
That's the thing though, yeah. I am a very spontaneous person as well. I do have that side to me. So,
yeah.
and a few of my friends have sort of like said, you know, when you're going to get back to that side, because
Right.
I have been neglecting that side a little bit too long, I think, and thinking, yeah, why on earth not, you know, get back to more that side of things now that well, that I've spoken to a couple of specialists about the bereavement side of things, so hopefully that will get sorted out. But I think I've turned a little bit of a corner there anyway, and actually acknowledged the fact that I weren't dealing with it. So now that I'm conscious of it, it's made me more aware, and I'm actually like pushing myself to sort of like do things that I was avoiding, like doing things that like my mum and I used to do together, and like my stepmom as well, and things like that. So from that point of view, it's just like made me think of things in a lot of different ways, and that it's actually okay to feel anger about, because people think that, you know, anger is a dirty word. And when I was a lot younger and that, and the actual temper that does run in the family is, or can be, quite bad. And you know, working so hard every day to deal with it, and I suppose for me it was more along the side of being scared to explore that, because would I get too angry about it all, and to be able to put a lid on it, because when you sort of like open that box, you don't know, like, it's a bit like Pandora's box, isn't it, in regards to that? You don't know what it's going to bring when you start going down that road.
Yeah, that's true. You don't know. That's absolutely true. You don't know where you may end up. That is true. Yeah, that is true.
I mean, it's hard enough dealing with like one lot of grieving, but the fact that it's sort of like spread across the years, so it just sort of like felt that you weren't like getting a break there, like, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense.
So when I do actually go over to Ireland, when my injury gets to a place where it's not going to be so bad and pain, because I do not want to end up being in another country and having to end up needing like any kind of emergency treatment for it, because that'd be rather silly of me, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because like my mom, she lives in Thailand.
Yeah, you said, and
Yeah, that could
with
be
their insurance and things,
right.
you're the same, aren't you? And that,
And that could be if something goes like if something goes big time over wrong, she would have to come home because those as far as getting I think she had a minor stroke. Um,
oh,
she had a minor stroke that she had what's that thing? Something in the brain, a vein, something in the
an
brain.
aneurysm. No,
Yeah.
that one.
And so I know her left side she has most of the movement, but I think she has like 80% movement.
Okay.
So if she had something serious, and that really hurt her when she was in the hospital then,
I
because
can imagine.
yeah, you
Be
got
careful with strokes.
right, and you got to pay that money out of pocket because they don't do the insurance like they do here in America. So,
No,
and then if she has another one, especially around now, since they got
because
restricted,
it's a pre-existing condition,
right?
that becomes a grey area with an insurance policy, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, they don't even accept the insurance card there that she has. They don't accept that there in the country.
Oh my goodness me.
They don't accept none of that Medicare, Medicaid, and insurance that they have. They don't accept that there.
See, at least it wouldn't be, or depending on what part of Ireland I do go to, but if it came down to it, because of the way Ireland is split into the north and the south. In the north of Ireland, you have the NHS like we do in our country, but in the south, they have a different healthcare system. So if it came down to it, I could always go to the north of Ireland and you get treated through the NHS because you're under the NHS over here. You see
Oh,
what I mean?
I
So
got
it
it.
makes it a little bit easier, but going over there knowing that you have this going on, that's what I mean. I don't mean it from a monetary side of things. I just mean it from, I don't want to be ruining anyone else that comes with me's time as well, and I don't want to make it any worse than it is either,
Right.
because it is my strong side that I hurt, which hopefully it's going to heal perfectly well, and it's not going to weaken it too much that it starts to cause really bad problems.
Right.
Try and be positive about it and see where it goes, but it would have been a lot easier and better in a lot of ways if I'd have done my left ankle instead of my right one,
Oh, okay.
because then I would have still had my strong side intact rather than having to do things backwards in a way, which is an adjustment, and it is rather painful, but it just takes a lot longer, and you've got to like really think about what you're doing, and it gets rather frustrating, put it that way. I just like pray all the time that I just don't end up doing any more damage to any other parts of my body, because that would just be too darn painful.
Yeah, that would be a heavy burden. That's good that you pray and focus on getting yourself together, which is, I know it's hard, because it's hard. You have when you have bodily injury, and plus sometimes when you're dealing things emotionally and mentally, people just don't realize how
No,
hard
they
it is.
don't.
And they don't realize that all three of those components can be a heavy burden, and people think,
Of course.
yeah. Some people just, it kills me, it gets me upset when people like just, oh man, you'll be okay, just do this. It's not that easy with everybody.
It isn't, no.
It's not that easy. And I think people doesn't use that compassion spirit when it's needed, when someone is
Or at all.
saying something. And they rather keep that stiff neck heart. Say, oh, you'll get over it. Well, you got over it. And the reason why you got over it, because you was where you was in your life. Everybody is not there. So let's show some compassion, because when you show some compassion in person, instead of saying, oh, the person that's crime victim, if they crime victim or not, still show compassion, because it is needed for them to get well. It is needed for them to get better sometimes. It's not like your compassion heart is going to waste.
No,
You know?
definitely not.
Right. You don't feel it when it's going to waste. I mean, unless you want it to feel that way. But yeah, express that compassion. Even when you think it's not needed, still do it. You never know what it can do or bring that person out of where they're at today. You never know.
Exactly.
Never know.
Well, it's really one thing that I have particularly a lot harder is to meditate at the moment. It's getting a little bit easier, but when it like first happened and that, I mean, it was just, I just could not get out of my head to
Right.
actually do it, and that was frustrating me a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I can.
When you're used to that, and
Yeah.
you use that as a part of your daily
Right.
pain relief routine, and you can't do that anymore,
Right.
and you're in a lot more physical pain, which then so it is all interconnected, and then that does affect your emotional side, and then it all goes out of kilter.
Yeah, because your mind is thinking that you want to go back to where it used to be, or where it was before you got into where you are today. And sometimes sometimes you get the feeling impatient. I mean, time when I caught carpal tunnel. Oh man, it was I was so it was the pain, and I just wanted to just
Yeah, that can be very, especially at night.
yes. Oh man, you talked about someone.
That's what been pain in your wrists.
Yeah.
It's just like something else, and
Yeah.
there's nothing that could. Well, yeah, you can wear splints, but it doesn't really get rid of it, and
Nope.
yeah, you can put pressure on it but you can only do that for so long. And so if you've got it on both wrists at the same time,
yeah,
it really does affect things. So yeah, I feel you.
I just wanted to, and it was mentally and emotionally, but I always remember that. That's why it taught me something. Like God taught me something to make sure that I pay attention to every parts of my body. Just don't ignore certain things that occur.
Oh no, you can't.
Because your body is telling you something for a reason, and you don't want to disrespect it. Just like you can't disrespect
your body's like a book.
Yeah, it's like a book. Yeah. So that taught me a lot going through that. So that's why I do my daily work, watch what I eat, make sure I do my intermittent fasting, and make sure I pray every day.
It's amazing though, isn't it, how much diet does affect that too?
Yep, yep, yep. Sure it do. So I don't ignore it. I make sure I pay clearly attention to the body. And don't think sometimes I gotta take my youth attitude away and put in and make sure my older attitude come in. Because you know the youth attitude think you can get over anything or everything, or just think that youth attitude think, oh, I can take care of it. I can get through anything. It won't bother me. Oh yeah, yeah. Keep on. So I have to.
But it's like when I was like food shopping earlier on and was with Tongan and having to read like quite a lot of the labels to like make sure that there wasn't too much salt or anything like that in there. And he had it in his head that why does a person of my stature have to worry about stuff like that for?
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
But because it's about my head and all of that, it's not about the weight side of things. It's about the inner part of it all, and that's where it gets a little bit irritating and confusing, because the fact that my doctor told me to stop eating certain things, and it's like you say, it's been like that for quite a while now, and even like I was saying, I mentioned it to you as well, that especially with sugar and things like that, you sound drunk and stuff like that, so it really does affect you.
Right.
And that's just a slight thing, but when it's like the whole of your like food shop that you're having to sort of like, especially like if you're having to get different brands of things, or they like change the recipes of things because of the fact that at the moment, because of the way you like the food is at the moment, and the prices have gone up with certain, they've changed recipes of a lot of things, which I've noticed.
Right. Yeah.
Which other people maybe have not noticed, and the things do taste a lot different. And it does get rather frustrating having to read all the bloody labels and things again, but sometimes it's better to be safe, especially at the moment, because I do not want to get to that stage where it's nuts again.
Right.
Because that was very painful indeed, and that you just don't want like having lots of pain like in one area at the same time, and then being in hospital for hours and not being able to like meditate and get out your head, and having to wait hours to be seen as well. And it's just like, oh, for goodness sake. Not normally, quite a quiet, patient person, but like that day, I was highly irritated, very irritable, and extremely tired, and all of that. And even after that, they sorted out medication and that, I couldn't sleep or anything afterwards, because it had gone past that point. When your body goes past that point where the medication will only work to a degree, and then like a couple of hours later, then your pain's back to what it was again, and then of course, they're not going to do anything else.
Right. Hmm.
And then you get irritated all over again. So, no. So at least now it's not as bad as it was. But at least I can do it a little. And it's not as often as I'd want to, but it is better than not at all.
Yeah. Yeah.
And getting back into swimming, I think, is going to help.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good exercise thing right there.
Well, it's good for all parts of the body, but now that they've stopped all these, I don't know what it's like in your country, but over here, you don't have to have these passports anymore.
Oh yeah.
They in England they stopped that.
Oh, you don't have to have a passport at all?
No.
What do y'all use then?
In regards to the health one, no, you don't. So you can basically go into clubs, restaurant, anywhere. You don't have to show anything. You don't even have to wear a mask anymore.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they
Like eliminated all of that now.
yeah, they slowly doing that here. They starting to but you still have to they're going to implement, you're still going to have to have like a card to say that you've been vaccinated or not.
No, that's what I mean by a health passport. No.
Oh, y'all they not doing that there, health passport.
No. Scotland and Wales, but England, no.
So nowhere in England you need that pass?
No. They are not allowed.
So y'all don't need to get vaccinated then, right?
No, you don't have to. I'm not a pro or anti. If you want to get it, get it. If you don't. That's the way I feel about it. But
right, I feel the same. But I'm saying is they don't penalize you at all for not getting vaccinated there.
No.
Oh, okay.
But for a while, it felt that way.
Oh, for a while it was that way?
Yeah, because well, you know what it was like in regards to the media and things like that, and making it impossible. Like you couldn't go and visit, say if you had a sick relative or something, you wouldn't be able to go into this building if you weren't protected in that way, and that's how they were getting a lot of people to do like that. And but it's not like that so much now. So
how long did they have that though? How long did they have it that
I'm trying to think when they actually stopped it. But over here, I don't think they were actually sort of like making it set in stone in like it was a little bit like if you say went into a supermarket or something like that, and you didn't like wear anything on like a face covering or anything like that. No, legally that they're not allowed to ask you why you're not. because it's against the Disabilities Act and all of that. So but people were still doing it, if you get what I mean. So you can wear like a thing around your neck to say that you're exempt and all of that, but you don't have to. But sometimes it just makes things easier if you do wear it. But then still people like give you that look or give you a hard time, and people are still a little bit like that in regards to the actual needle point and all of that.
So
People have mixed opinions.
What's the NHS?
It's National Health Service.
Okay. That's the health people, right? Because they had a mandate at first, right?
But it all depends, because the NHS in Scotland is different to the NHS in England.
Right, that's what I'm talking about. In England,
So,
NHS, they had a mandate, and but they reversed it. They're making a U-turn, but the bill is still in they didn't do away with it. They still have it there lingering and within the parliament.
yeah, it's got to be sorted out within the next couple of months, I think. That like the emergency powers, I think you're talking about, that's in our parliament, that if it doesn't get they can well, I'm sure they could stop it at any time they wanted to if it came up, but it has to be done by, I'm not sure the exact date, I'd have to look into it.
No, it has to be done by it was
I'm pretty sure it's done in November.
Right. It started in November, had to been done, let me see.
So it's soon.
But yeah, November 21st, and
it's coming up soon to get looked at again.
Yeah, April.
But
by April 20, yeah, but that's next month.
The fact that now that it's sort of like come out though that you need a fourth one, I think people are sort of like thinking, now hang on now.
Right. I just think that the problem having the bill.
I know. I don't know whether your governments and that over in your country were like this, but like over here, they were whilst everyone was in LD, you know, they were sort of like telling everyone to sort of like stay inside, do this and do that, and then, you know, half hour later they were actually having parties themselves behind closed doors and breaking all the rules. And that came into light, you know, a few months back, and people were sort of like, what the heck, you know? So that actually helped a lot of people to sort of like wake up, to sort of like say, hang on a minute. Whilst, you know, we were sort of like doing what you were telling us, that you guys are basically taking the Michael, you know?
I think that's
what changed a lot of people's opinions, and a lot of people think that could be the reason why England hasn't basically said that you need to have like the health passports and things that go into clubs and to watch concerts and that anymore because of that reason.
Right.
But I mean, I don't know whether that was happening over in your country, but it was happening over here. So
yeah, There's some parts of the country not.
It's sort of like help things a little bit. I don't know.
Oh shoot! Well, let me go. Go get me some.
Whether it's your internet or mine again, but
Yeah, I'm getting ready to go and take me a bath and go to sleep. It's midnight here.
oh, I say it's 25 to 5 in the morning over here.
Oh man, it's almost time for me. But I'm gonna see you if you go be on tomorrow. I see you tomorrow, DJ. I appreciate you letting me up and talk for a little
That's all right, because I'm going to let this big man out to into the garden, and well,
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
it's snoring at the moment, but I bet you if I was to like move, he'd probably want to go out and do all of that. I say he's a big dog, and big dogs have big bladders,
Right.
so to speak.
All right.
But I hope you enjoy your bath.
I will. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Rest of the day, well,
Later on.
hopefully I'll be able to get some sleep, because it has been pretty mental in regards to that. So hopefully I'll be able to like listen to some like nice music and be able to like gently fall asleep and all of that, which would be nice.
Oh,
and,
okay.
and not get any bad dreams or well, I get night and day terror, so
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I'll see you. Maybe see you later on. I love you, sis.
okay,
I love you. See you tomorrow. See you
nice
later.
one, brother.
All right.
You have a good evening.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Bye bye.
And you guys take care in chat, because I say I was going to jump up a while ago, but it was Bink's fault talking about alternative medications and things like that. And if you come across him online, he's a wonderful guy, and he knows a lot. And don't be afraid to ask him things, because he knows a lot about a lot. And being a veteran as well, he has a heart of gold too. So thank you, Bink, for your help and all of that. And hopefully we can carry that conversation on again, because there is a few things that I do want to ask, and it'd be interesting to find that out and all of that. So, oh my goodness, this dog's getting louder. So, you guys have a good sleep. If you're over in UK, you're probably asleep already, but if not, definitely get to bed, because it is getting late and that. And you guys have a good one. And the next live would certainly won't be dark or anything like that, because it's been way too much of that recently. But take it easy, guys, and have a blessed